Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that have just joined us and you're joining us live here from San Jasio in Italy, this is the start of the San Jasio Pro-Am for 2017. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and we've got some great skiing ahead. In the boat right now, driving is a driver from Great Britain. His name is Vince Turp, and we'll cut across to our first skier. Our first skier should be Francesco Pigazzi from the Dominican Republic. We'll try and get a speed and a line length as and when appropriate. So with Vince getting settled in behind the driver's seat, we've got Francesco Pigazzi. Not looking too bad, pulling a little long into number 2, it has to be said. Not looking too bad at this point. Just trying to get some rhythm going out there on the slalom course. And nicely done with the opening pass there. Certainly nowhere near being able to shorten quite yet, but we will get closer to that point as she pulls out to drop. Okay, fans, there is Francesco Pigazzi. Okay, coming in at 26 miles an hour, which is equivalent to 43k. Francesco Pigazzi, our first skier out in the amateur division of the San Jasio Pro-Am. So not looking too bad from one side to the next. Loading up pretty well after the turn. Again, a little bit flat across the wakes, I do have to say, even at this early stage. But she still has enough power and enough space in hand to run that particular run. And there is Vince Turp behind the wheel, once again doing a masterful job. A driver out of Gosfield in England, and he'll certainly have his turn to shine as we continue to roll along with this tournament, the San Jasio Pro-Am. Let's have a quick look at the action on the dock. Pretty early stages yet. We are in the amateur division. Don't forget. But it's really going to get intense. We'll ratchet up that intensity starting tomorrow with the professional rounds. But it is the amateurs that will take precedence today. We've got 2 rounds of amateur skiing ahead of us, so we will endeavour to get those run, and then we'll have an idea of who's going to come out on top within those divisions as we continue right along here in San Gervasio in Italy. All right then, continuing to roll along. Francesco Pigazzi. Not looking bad at all. Now it's at 49k or 30 miles an hour. Might actually be 26 as it happens. I think somewhere in between, actually. 28, 46k. Yeah, 46k is that pass, which is 28 miles an hour. My apologies there. trying to work between kilometers an hour for those of you that that ski across the world, and for those of you in the United States that rely on miles an hour, feet and inches, and all of that jazz. It is a bit of a challenge, but it's nothing that I'm not entirely used to. So there we go, Vince Turp at the end of that pass. A little bit of applause from him towards the end there, so good on him. It's nice to see drivers encouraging their skiers to excel. Goes all the way back to the days, and I'm sure it continues to this day, as a matter of fact, where he's out there towing skiers at his ski club in Halstead in England. So here we go. This is Francesco Pigazzi. Not looking bad at all. Buoy number 1. Trying to extend her run out there, and at 30 miles an hour, that's where she comes up a little bit short. But it is going to be 3 buoys there. 3 at 30 miles an hour. And driving in. Okay, so that is Francesco Pigazzi. That was at 49 kilometers an hour, at least based upon her opening speed, which I believe was at 40 kilometers an hour. So good effort from her. Okay, so let's take a look dockside. Okay, so Francesco Pigazzi. Check, check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right then, so we're waiting on our next competitor. This should be Andrea Pigazzi. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Don't worry about that for right now. Okay. All right then. So we have got Andrea Pigazzi on the water right now. So let's see what he can muster. I think this is going to be at 43 kilometers an hour or 26 miles an hour. All right, not looking bad at all, Andrea Pigazzi. And they're running that open. Excuse me, running that opening pass. That's Andrea Pigazzi. And there, Vince Turp in the boat, getting ready for the next pass. Looking like someone out of the cast of Newsies. All right, so under the assumption that that is 43 kilometers an hour, we'll go to the next pass, which should be 26 miles an hour, or actually 28 miles an hour, 46K. Yeah, it is 46K now. Just got confirmation from our officials to that effect. Okay, not looking bad at all. With very nicely done in towards number 6. Again, a good effort there out of number 5, and pretty much pulling all the way through on that one. So there, Vince Turp there. Don't know how well he converses in Italian, but an encouraging word or two doesn't go amiss as we work our way to our next person on the starting dock. Not too sure who that is, but I'll get the identity shortly. It should be Francesco Dago from Italia. And we've got skiers from a whole bunch of countries here present. We've got skiers from Switzerland, from South Africa, from the Dominican Republic, and also from Italy. So a true international field, so to speak, in this section of the competition. All right then, folks. This is the under 14 boys competition. Andrea Pigazzi. Not looking too bad out there, looking quite steady as a matter of fact at 49K. Seems to have a pretty good handle upon Bond out there. So, not looking bad at all. That is Andrea Pigazzi. All right then, Vince Turp. Vince Turp seems to be handling his business okay out there. Behind that Malibu response TXI. Andrea Pigazzi. The under 14 boys. Now, this is at 52K. Is this where it starts ratcheting up a little bit? And unfortunately, that's going to ultimately mean that the pass isn't cleared at that particular line length or speed for that matter. But there you go. All right then. So I believe that's going to be a score of I believe a couple of boys at 52K. Okay, so from my understanding, the next skier, as a matter of fact, is Andrea Pigazzi. I believe that the skier that we just saw was an add-in that they hadn't informed us about prior to this slalom competition. My apologies for that. For those of you who are watching with some degree of interest there for that last skier. But now, if this this running order is correct, sometimes these things happen. You publish a running order last night, and there are already at least 2 or 3 changes before the actual tournament starts. You know, so we'll try and be a little bit more on the ball with that as we continue along. But suffice to say that Andrea Pigazzi is now on the water. We're getting confirmation, direct confirmation from the officials that the skier is Andrea Pigazzi. All right, here we go. This is going to be pass number 1. This is going to be at 49 kilometers now, from what I understand. All right then, so not bad at all there. So running the opening pass, that is Andrea Pigazzi. Dockside are pretty calm for the moment. Probably looking at Francesco Dago from Italy there, if the running order is accurate from here on out. But for those of you that are tuned in to this webcast, you are most certainly welcome indeed. This is Tony Lightfoot, your announcer here at the San Jasio Pro-Am. All right, not looking bad at all. This next pass seems to have a and he has a pretty good handle on it. Actually, a little bit of showmanship towards the end there from Andrea Pigazzi. And for those of you that have just arrived to this webcast, thank you very much indeed for joining us. This is the San Jasio Pro-Am. Now, time right now is about 20 minutes after 9 o'clock, which would make that maybe about 20 minutes after 2 a.m. in Louisiana, where I'm from. So it is a little bit early to be watching live slalom, but rest assured that that all of the coverage that you see live will be archived immediately upon the conclusion of each event. And as a matter of fact, if you are joining us live and want to catch up with any earlier action, all you have to do is to scrub down on the player itself, and it will take you right to where you want to be if it's any earlier from where you are watching live, so to speak. All right, then, here we go. This is Andrea Pigazzi. Not looking bad at all, as a matter of fact. Keeping the flow going, just trying not to get too airborne. Oi! And getting a little bit late off that number 6. A little bit of circus antics there towards the end of that particular run. Now, assuming that that opening pass was at 49, that was going to be at 55 kilometers an hour. And we'll see if there's any activity with the rope shortening at this point. Yes, there appears to be some activity there, so which means that we put this graphic up. 60 meters coming back for Andrea Pigazzi. Okay, so coming back on the 16-meter line, this is Andrea Pigazzi. Entrance gate, buoy number 1. Oh, and round number 2, and that is all she wrote, folks, for Andrea Pigazzi, but managing to get to max speed on the 18.25 meters line before coming up to the conclusion of his run. So that's going to be a 2 buoy count. 2 buoys there. So with that, we'll move on to our next competitor. So Francesco Dago is our next competitor. All right then, folks. Okay, we just saw Francesco Dago right there. And now we're going to see Eduardo Lamalfa. Okay, so he'll be coming into the course at 46 kilometers an hour or 28 miles an hour. Okay, and we'll just confirm Eduardo Lamalfa. Actually, for Francesco Delago, it is 1.5 at 37K, 1.5 at 37K for Francesco Delago. And now our next competitor, Eduardo Lamalfa from Italy. Okay, here comes Eduardo now. Okay, so not looking too bad at all out there. Keeping good rhythm out there all the way through on that particular run. And that's Eduardo Lamalfa, and he went in at 46 kilometers an hour, or 28 miles an hour. All right then, so Eduardo Lamalfa. Oh, and coming up a little bit short on number 3 there. Looked pretty good for the first few buoys, but that's Eduardo Lamalfa. I got it right here. Check. Check. Okay. All right, then. We've just seen Eduardo Lamalfa right there, and we'll continue on to our next skier, who should be Michael Hanan, coming to us out of Switzerland, and he'll be our next competitor on the water right now. This appears to be slightly faster than 49K, I can tell you that. It is 49K. Okay, it looks a little quicker to me, but there you go. And running it a little down course, I have to say, but check. Check. All right, then. So, little bit of activity on the dock. Our next competitor there should be warming up. Here's Jason Stegman from South Africa. Darn it. Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. This is Michael Hanan from Switzerland. Not looking too bad. Keeping the flow going. Oh, having to pull long to get round number 6, though. A little bit of extra effort required to get through. But running 52, he'll now go to 55K. All right, for those of you joining us, this is the San Jasio Pro-Am, our first day of competition, featuring the amateur divisions. This is the under-14 boys division. We've got Michael Hanan on the water now at 55K. This pulling a little long there to get to number 4, but continuing to roll and actually running that pass a little bit earlier than the one before, I have to say. So that means he's gotten through 18.25 meters, and that means that the next run he's going to have is going to be on 16 meters, and that will be coming up soon. All right, then. So comes Michael Hanan right now. This is on the 16-meter line. Continuing to follow his progress here. Oh, having to pull long for 5. Can he make... Oh, a quick turn. Round number 5 and just about makes it round number 6. Oh, wow. That was a great-looking passer towards the end. A little bit more exhilarating there than he really anticipated for. But as long as it's round 6 and through the exit gates, doesn't matter one iota. Now it's going to be 14.25 meters. Let's take a look at that graphic. Boom, right there. 14.25 meters, which is equivalent to 28 off for those of you that are watching us from the United States and all those other places that use feet and inches rather than the metric system. We accommodate both. Right there in our graphic, 14.25 meters. Now we're trying to get some semblance of sound taken care of for the localized shoreline speakers. All right, so Michael Hanan getting, ooh, getting a little bit, out of sorts there on 14.25 meters, but again, at least around number 2 buoy. Check, check 1, 2. All right, then. Okay, continuing to roll on. Michael Hanan there getting on to 40.25 meters. And at this stage of the game, that score of his on that particular line length represents the lead. As Vince Turp from Great Britain behind the helm of that towboat, making its way back to the dock, where we will find Jason Stegman from South Africa, next competitor to take to the water. So stand by. All right, then. Skier about to take to the water from South Africa. It is going to be Jason Stegman. All right, then. Continuing on. This is Tony Lightfoot from Eagle 98.1 WDGL in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The radio presenter for a show called The Overnight Invasion, which airs from midnight until 5:30 a.m. Every single night, including these nights where I'm actually broadcasting live from this part of the world. And right here, we're broadcasting live on the Water Ski Broadcasting Company's YouTube site, with Jason Stegman with South Africa running that opening pass, I believe, at 49 kilometers an hour. So, a good effort there from Jason Stegman to run that opening pass. I'm not too sure what speed that is, but we'll try and get some confirmation there in the fullness of time. So, that is Jason Stegman. Now you see in this early portion of the competition, the light is, the sun is actually blazing down one side of the course. So as Vince Turp drives the boat and gets it pointed round towards the opposite side of the course, he'll be traveling east, and therefore he needs to throw the shades on in order to keep that boat going steady down the slalom course. All right, then. Here comes Jason Stegman from South Africa. Oh, I'm not too sure what happened there, but the boat is driving outside of the slalom course, which could indicate a number of things, but I believe it's a zero gate. So a little unfortunate there for Jason Stegman, traveling all the way from the southern reaches of Africa and coming up a little bit short in this round. And we are getting a confirmed zero score there for Jason Stegman. Certainly not... Okay, so next competitor up from the Dominican Republic. It is going to be Paulo Pigazzi. All right, then. Let's have a look and see Paulo Pigazzi. Decent start on number one. Not looking too bad so far, so good. Those of you that are tuning us from around the world, you are most certainly welcome. This is the round one of the amateur competition at the San Jasio Pro-Am. Today is exclusively about the amateurs. And we see there in the under-14 boys category, Paulo Pigazzi. Michael Hanan so far is topping the leaderboard with his score of, I believe, 1.5 on 14.25 meters. As we progress a little bit further along the competition, we'll be able to put the leaderboard up on the screen. But at this stage, we're still working the kinks in the graphics, and we'll try and get that to you as quickly as we can. Paulo Pigazzi. We'll find out what speed it is that he went in on his opening pass. Went in at 52. And there he is behind the Malibu Response TXI. Little bit of a half-hearted pull-out on his entrance gates for buoy 1. But managing to get settled down. I believe this is 55K now. But looking very nice out there, and an outside arm reach to get round at number 6. And he'll be heading towards the dock, but he will not be exiting at this stage. And by running 55K, he gets to go to 60 meters, which is going to be the next run. All right, so coming in on 60 meters now. Paulo Pigazzi. Now, obviously, whenever we talk about the Pigazzi family, we typically talk about one of two people. Mario Pigazzi, who's a very well-known international driver, and Robert Pigazzi, who has really been setting the world alight with his slalom talents, and we'll see that a little bit later on in the pro division. But this family's ties to tournament water skiing run extremely deep, and we just see there with Paulo Pigazzi running through 16 meters and now working his way to 14.25 meters. So now 14.25 meters. Looking good. I think if he can get past number 3, he's pretty much in the lead. But he harbours greater ambitions, as a matter of fact. And they could have well been realised its fullest if he'd have gotten a little bit more up course off number 4. But as it turns out, he kind of left that in the breeze a little bit. As a matter of fact, it was blowing a tailwind behind him as he attempted to run that pass. So it is going to be a 5 buoy score, 5 on 14.25 meters. And that is Paulo Pigazzi. So our next competitor is going to be Floran Path from Italy. He'll be our next competitor. And he'll be going in, I'm not too sure, but he'll be going in at 52k. All right, here comes Floran Path. Coming to us out of Italy, and not too sure specifically where. So having started at 52k, he'll now come back at 55, and 55 is the maximum, which means that we put this beautiful graphic up. There we go. 15 off at 18.25 meters. Potential of 30 total buoys should he run this pass. All right, here comes Floran Path. It's at 55k, 18.25 meters. Not too sure what he's skiing on. I believe it's the Sans Rafael. Sans Rival. Don't get to see that ski too often these days, but there are still quite a few people out there that swear by them. And Floran appears to be one of those skiers. All right, so he's run through 18.25 meters then, meaning that the next pass is going to be 16 meters. All right, so all right, let's see what Floran Path can do. We've had scores, some decent scores into 14.25 meters, but 60 meters is the pass preceding that, and that's the one that Floran is going to have a stab at. Not looking too bad at all out there, I have to say, in the under-14 boys competition, and getting it on lock there on 16 meters. That is Floran Path. Little bit of hijinks there on the starting dock. You know, just trying to get loose, I guess, as we continue on. Not only on the dock, but also in the boat as well. But I think the boat is more cool, calm, and collected. As we see Vince Turp there from Gosfield Lake, getting the boat set up for the next run. It should be 14.25 meters now. A potential of 42 total buoys upon the successful completion pending of this run. Oh, and getting in all kinds of shape except the correct one. Coming off buoy 1 into number 2, which means think the best that he can hope for there is going to be 1/4, 1.5. And that will represent the conclusion, we believe, of the under-14s slalom preliminary round. Or maybe not, because it looks like we've got an additional skier on the dock. We'll try and get some idea of that. All right, then. Here comes an additional skier to this list. This is Benjamin. Not too sure what his last name is. But he is coming into the course at 49. And a successful run it is, too. Okay, still trying to ascertain the identity of this competitor. We know him by the first name of Benjamin, but little is known beyond that. However, the thing that I do know is he's a pretty decent slalomer. Looking very solid, going from 135 into his 2-4 side, especially considering that he is left foot forward. On the starting dock, getting ready to go in the over 45 ladies category is Rosemary Oman from Switzerland. Okay, so here comes Benjamin coming up. Can rest assured to you that this isn't Benjamin Stadelbauer, whom we'll see tomorrow in the pro men's slalom competition. Still yet to ascertain the last name or his national origin of this particular competitor. But getting through 55 kilometers an hour, making it look like a breeze. Excuse me. What? Okay, so irrespective of what his last name is, we're still trying to get that information as a matter of fact. This is Benjamin coming in on the 16-meter line. Oh, getting a little bit loose into number 4, but having to pull doubly hard and doubly long into number 5 just to get up there, and the amount of time that he was down course for off number 5 left him unable to get round number 6. So that is Benjamin right there. He'll make his way to the dock, and that will represent the end of the under-14 boys slalom category. All right, then we move to the next division. The next division should be the over 45 ladies category. And she'll be coming in at 52K. This is going to be Rosemary Oman. All right, then. Here comes Rosemary Oman. Our one and only competitor in the over 45 ladies category. Not looking bad at all, as a matter of fact. 52K. Ooh, leaving herself rather open there on those last 2 buoys on the slalom course. There is Rosemary Oman, 80.25 meters. Very quick turn off number 5 to keep very much in the hunt for running that pass, and that's exactly what she does. It's a good effort there from Rosemary Oman. And 60 meters is going to be the next line length shortening she will attempt at this time. All right, there is Rosemary Oman, and this is on 16 meters. And getting 2 buoys there as a result of that effort. Okay, it looks like we're going to be quickly docking the boat, and we'll be proceeding on with our next category, which should be the over 45 men. Hopefully, this list stays accurate for the skiers that we have earmarked in this particular round. I know that that we are already missing one entry, and that's Luca Piccarilli. But beyond that, I believe the starting order maintains a pretty high degree of accuracy from there on out. All right, then, continuing on. This is the San Jasio Pro-Am, and we'll be right back with some more action. So stick around, folks, no matter where you happen to be viewing in the world. We'll try and find out how many of you are watching and where you're watching from. Right now we're in the amateur competition, and the pro level event will get underway tomorrow, where we will have 2 rounds of qualifying. We have the initial qualification round for our pro skiers in the early parts of the morning. And the second round of that competition will represent a last chance for those who didn't quite make it the first time around to maybe squeeze in to the final head-to-head placements for Sunday. Call it a repechage round, if you will.
Candido! Candido!
Just disconnected. Yes, you did. Yeah, you disconnected that. And I'm not streaming right now. I mean, I'm streaming, but restart this. Darn it! Because you moved that's just that disabled. Okay, so I'm not receiving anything, and I'm streaming. And pun? I'm trying to. Oh, for fuck's sake! Friggin' Italian plugs are so sensitive. You just breathe upon it, and it friggin' cracks. That's all we're doing right now. That's we're hoping because. Okay, now we got everything back. Now, yeah, we are streaming. Yes. All right. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Right. Check. Check. 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. 1 2 3 4. Well, continuing on, ladies and gentlemen, this is the San Jasio Pro Am. We've got some good skiing to come. We've got the over 45 category.
Yes, you do have to.
Yeah, that's right. All right, then we've got just had a little bit of a technical delay, and we're now in the position of bringing on our next driver and our next event. Our next driver is going to be Mario Pigazzi. Obviously, couldn't drive the previous round due to several conflicts of interest, namely his kids skiing in the under 14 category. But now we've dispensed with that. He'll now take the helm of the driver's seat and bring in our next batch of competitors. Starting off with Emanuel Contry from Italia. And okay. I don't know. All right. Okay, so this is Emanuel Contry right now. Okay. Okay. All right.
That camera probably ran out of battery.
Okay.
What is this? This is dark.
Okay. 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 Okay.
This is
Okay. Okay.
probably the
Okay.
heat.
Okay. All right. All right then. So continuing to move right along here. Pass, I believe that was going to be at 55K.
Got a couple of feedback from the for the webcast. Everything looks phenomenal. Only thing, apparently, they're saying the camera on the boat, the quality is not the best.
I know. I know because I know. I know.
No, okay, just wanting you to know what the feedback that I got.
Okay.
Don't know anything.
All right then. So for those of you joining us in San Jasio, welcome indeed. That is Roberto Sabiani. For those of you watching the webcast, this is Tony Lightfoot from Eagle 98.1's The Overnight Invasion. That is Roberto Sabiani on the water right there. Looking pretty good, looking pretty strong. And again, it's a little bit of difficulty getting round number 6, but he's still there. It's going to be 14.25 meters now for Roberto Sabiani. Oh, getting pulled over the tip of his ski into number 2 in all kinds of shape. Wow. Going to take a look at this pass because this is going to be rather intriguing. Little open into number 1. That's where the ball really started getting rolling. And already whoa, look at that. Let's have a look at that coming across the wakes into number 2. You see how far he is over the tip of his ski, and that really put pay to his efforts in trying to run that pass. He got round number 3, surprisingly enough, but unfortunately, the kind of gave up the ghost a little bit from here on in. So he got 4 buoys for that effort on 14.25 meters. And they're standing on the starting dock. That's Kiko Bazata, skier that I know from way back in the day when he represented Italy with distinction on a number of occasions. He, in fact, actually got the European men's trick title one year, where that event took place at Curtin's Farm in England. Remember that very well indeed, especially the celebration that came afterwards. So, Patrio Bazata coming up next. All right then, folks. Here he comes, Patrio Bazata. Good aggressive start. This, I believe, is going to be on 14.25 meters. He's certainly very capable of starting on that line length. Actually, it was a 30-meter start. So let's have a look at this. We pick it up from buoy number 2. Good extension, a good rotation away from the boat, behind the boat, and a good counter rotation. Keeping that ski ahead of him. This is 13 meters, by the way, so he had to get on the good foot and quickly. Good line control. Has always possessed that ever since I started seeing him ski in the middle part of the 1980s, where he competed in some great junior competition and worked his way up all the way up through to the open elite level of water skiing. especially when it comes to the World Championships and European Championships and all that jazz. So now he's going to come in on 12 meters. Second pass in, and he's already on a line length that's barely wide enough for the rope to pass outside of the buoy. So here comes Patrio Bazata, known as Kiko to his friends. I hope he counts me among those. All right then, here he comes. Very good, extremely aggressive here, nicely done. And that is Patrio Bazata. And we'll take a look at the action replay, and we're going to pick it up with his gate shots.
Are you typing in the score by any chance?
No, yeah.
Evilon Bru next to 16 meters.
All right then, so Evilon Bru. Bru. Okay, it's one of those unusual names. Evilon Bru from Switzerland. All right, so Evilon Bru from Switzerland will be who apparently is the president of the Swiss Water Ski Federation. He'll be coming in on the 16-meter line. So let's see how far he gets along with this particular run. This is Evilon Bru. Oh, not looking too bad out there. 16 meters, seems to have a pretty good handle on it. Take a look at this one again via action replay. Be coming back in on 14.25 meters. Pass that you're watching, those of you that are watching the webcast, is 16 meters. Almost gotten broken over a little bit into number 5 there, but had enough of a lead in to run that particular pass. And there we go. So that is Evilon Bru. All right, here we go. Evilon Bru. 14.25 meters. All right, not bad at all. So Evilon Bru at 14.25 meters. Seems to have a pretty good handle on that run. A little off balance into number 3 upon reflection, but still managing to continue on and stay ahead of the course, so to speak. And by running 14.25 meters, he now has a chance of attempting the next pass, which is going to be the 30-meter line. There he is on 13 meters. Got a little bit of a headwind, which could work into his favor if he can just get the angle. Oh, and the handle coming up. And I think he just manages to have enough lead in on that particular run to keep it going. So that was Evilon of Bresbu of Switzerland. Remarkable run, it has to be said. Take a look at this replay. We're picking it up from a number 4 from for those of you watching on the webcast. The handle coming up way high and almost catching the camera off guard, but still managing to get round number 6. And we'll now have an attempt at 12 meters to work with. So there, Mario Pigazzi on the at the helm of that towboat has Evilon Bru coming into the course of 12 meters. This is going to be, a whole different kettle of fish, and he found that out the hard way on that particular run. We'll take a look at this. We'll actually slow it down frame by frame. He wasn't on top of the water all that long on 12 meters, so we can afford to do that. And there you go. Classic mistake there on 12 meters, bringing in the handle way too sharply, way too soon. The fin just popping out on that particular run, and that is all she wrote for Evilon Bru with half a buoy on 12 meters. Now, so looks like we've got someone who knows what they're doing so far as the camera being operated on the shoreline. Will be able to attract some skiers. So our good friend there, Mr. Roberto Pigazzi from the Dominican Republic, he's going to be up there tracking the skiers with the shoreline camera. And guess who's in the boat? His father, Mario Pigazzi. Indeed, and three of Robert's younger siblings have already skied in this tournament. Okay, so we've got the big boss man about to take to the water. His name is Fideli Leri. should have a pretty good idea of what his line length is coming into the course. I suspect it's going to be 14.25 meters. Here comes Fideli Leri. Keeping the flow going from one side of the course to the next. Like his style out there. Not trying to overcompensate too much in the turns. We'll take a look at the action replay with Fideli Leri at 14.25 meters. Good one from the towboat. So Fideli Leri, upon the successful completion of the opening pass of 14.25 meters, that now gets changed to 13 meters with a potential of 48 total buoys on offer should he so run that particular pass. And it looks like Mario Pigazzi is having a little bit of fun out there in the boat. It's not all business, as you can imagine. So as Mario comes into the course, let's have a look at Fideli Leri. Entrance gates number 1. Looking very strong, looking composed off number 2. Little straight into number 3, but managing to keep that line nice and tight, which is going to be extremely important with the tailwind pass. That is 30. Oh, on 13 meters. Oh, my word. What happened on number 5? Well, one way to answer that is to take a look at the action replay. Certainly gets ahead of the course, but leaving a lot on the table off number 1. All right, then. So Fideli Leri getting a score of 5 buoys there on 30 meters. I'm sure he'll want to pick that up on the second round of the amateur slalom competition. All right, so next competitor to go is Gerard Julser. He comes to us from Monaco as well. Not looking too bad. And a good looking pass on the face of things. Now, for some reason, we're having a little bit of difficulty with the boat camera. I believe it just needs to be recentered, but we at least... So, running that first pass on 14.25 meters with Gerard Julser. And he'll now come back in on 13 meters. So I think now that Fideli has done skiing for the time being, he can maybe head on out to the boat to recenter that camera so we can get to see both sides of the course with the action replay. Here comes Gerard Julser. from Monaco. Oi, getting all over the place into number 5, but managing to still make some good inroads on that particular pass. As Mario Pigazzi brings him to the dock, let's have a look and see. Don't get to see too much of him on that side of the course, which is why we need to recenter it, but we at least get to see how early he is coming into his 135 side. A little bit of a slam there, but still managing to pick up some buoys. And he's now going to get ready for the 12-meter line. That is Gerard Julser. So, dockside activity is there with our next competitor. Looking like Vince Turp from Great Britain, about to take to the water. I'm sure he has a cheeky smile or two for the camera. Yes, he did just realize then that there was a camera trained upon him. All right then, there we go. That is Gerard Julser. Oh, and needing a big turn on number 2 and not quite getting it. So let's see what kind of problems he had off number 1. Just in all kinds of shape. Let's have a quick look back at how broken over he was off number 2. There you see, right on 12 meters, all over the tail of that ski. And skis like that aren't designed to turn on their tail. And that was the final effort for Gerard Julser as we bring him back to the dock, having scored 2 complete buoys on that pass of 12 meters. So, continuing to roll. So, getting ready to ski is, he comes to us from Great Britain, one of our driver actually in the earlier stages of this amateur competition, Vince Turp. As Gerard makes its way back to the dock behind that Malibu TXI response. All right, next skier up is going to be Vince Turp, who runs a facility himself over in the county of Essex in England. And we've got, there you see on the starting dock, we've got the maestro himself there, Fideli Leri, getting that camera recentered. We'd like to see both sides of the course when Vince skis. And there he goes. The man, the myth, the legend. All right then, so For those of you watching over in Halstead, or specifically Gosfield Lake in England, a big shout out to you, Carl, and the rest of the good folks over there in England. Here is Vince Turp approaching the course now for his opening pass, 14.25 meters. Good extension round number one, 14.25 meters, allowing that ski to work its way free of the boat and the line as he progresses his way down course. Good effort. Like his style. All right, so let's have a look at this via our action replay. Taking it at 50% speed. Just allowing the camera to catch the end of his 246 side turn. So not bad at all from Vince Turp, 14.25 meters, fully expected to run that pass. 30 meters is going to be a little bit tougher, but shouldn't be no less doable so far as Vince Turp is concerned. Here at the San Jasio Pro-Am. Okay, so it's now 13 meters for Vince Turp. Getting a little bit forward on number two, but managing to straighten things out. He is a left foot forward skier, which means he can crank the heck out of 135 side turn to stay ahead of the course if need be. And we'll pick up this action replay from that number two. Looking pretty steady off number two, keeping everything flowing and everything away from the boat. Looking very, very strong on 13 meters and getting ready for 12. This is Vince Turp. Okay, so still got some great skiers to come. Chad Scott is scheduled to hit the water next. Then we got Angelo D'Abro from Italia, along with Andrea Reta. That's, of course, assuming that no other names have been added to the list, which is a distinct possibility here. Okay, entrance gates number one. Oh, and I don't know what happened there. We're getting into all kinds of difficulty. And let's have a look at this via our action replay. Now, his gate shot appeared to be fine. He looked pretty stable coming across the wakes into number one. Now, balance is critical at 12 meters. And took a big old slam there, and I think the ski actually went on top of the rope, which is always a risk whenever you employ the slam dunk style, that the rope is a little bit too low coming into the turn, and if the ski manages to catch and bite at the end of the turn and you're not quite ready for it, then it becomes a problem. All right, then. That was Vince Turp, and that is half a buoy on 12 meters, half a buoy on the 12-meter line. As Mario Pigazzi brings the boat back to the dock. Probably a little bit earlier than expected, if truth be known. But there we go. There is Mario Pigazzi. Now we've got a real treat ahead of us. A skier who comes to us out of Covington in the the Bayou State of Louisiana. His name is Chad Scott. And Chad Scott has elected to go in on 14.25 meters, which is a rather unusual strategy as far as he's concerned, because he's normally accustomed to coming into the course on 13 meters. So obviously, let's have a look at the wind strategy that surrounds this. It's going to go 14 into the wind, 13 tail, 12 in, 11 tail, 10.75 into the headwind. That's exactly what he's looking for. 10.75 meters or 39.5 off into the wind, and that is the strategy going forward. But in order to do that, he has to go in on 14.25 meters to start off with. Now, obviously, there is the opt-up, should he choose to use it. But I believe that because he's starting this early in terms of line length shortenings, I don't think that he would want to invoke that option from here on out. And there we go. That is Chad Scott there with the opening pass of 14.25 meters. Okay, for those of you who have just joined us, no matter where you happen to be in the world, this is the San Jasio Pro-Am. This is our amateur round of skiing. We will be taking the amateurs during the complete course of today's action. The pros don't come out to play until tomorrow. And one of our pros is taking a little bit of a breather. He's up there operating the camera on the shoreline, Mr. Roberto Pigazzi. He enjoys his work up there, and I hope we certainly we hope that he continues the fine effort of tracking the skiers from the shoreline. All right, then let's have a look. This is going to be 13 meters for Chad Scott. Should be well within his capabilities. Is actually quite well used to starting on this particular line. Looking very strong out there. That is Chad Scott. Let's have a look at this from his gate shot on 30 meters. His stance on the ski, rather unconventional. Skis with his knees are a little bit wider apart than a lot of other skiers at his level, but it seems to work for him. But on 13 meters, Chad Scott seems to have a very, very good handle on that run. Let's have a look to see if there's any activity on the dock. We've got Angelo D'Abro on the starting dock. Hope I didn't butcher his name too much. Speaking of butchering, I tell you what, I've been around here a couple of days now, and I went to a supermarket last night. They had so much prosciutto there, it wasn't even funny. Prosciutto of all kinds. I tell you what, if you're a pig farmer in this portion of Italy, forget about it. You're a millionaire. All right, then, here we go. This is Chad Scott. Good effort there on that particular run. Can't see too much wrong with that. That was a 12-meter pass. Chad Scott, who working in a field that I can't really publicize too much. He's also a coach of some fine skiing talent. He's been training the likes of Taylor and Alex Garcia with their slalom training prior to their major competitions this season. I believe that Alex Garcia is on her way to the U21 World Championships, which will take place, I believe, starting next week in Dnipro in Ukraine. Now, one person who knows about that tournament quite intimately is Robert Pigazzi, who has competed in that tournament throughout all of his years of eligibility. Has done rather well for himself in that regard. Okay, so here we go. This is Chad Scott, and this is 11.25 meters. This is the first rope length that we see that doesn't measure outside the buoy width. And Chad Scott all over that pass. Yes, indeed. Coming into the course. Great looking pass on 11.25 meters. Blowing in like a destructive hurricane in the Pelican State. And that is Chad Scott, 11.25 meters. Waiting for the ski to turn at the end. Skier that contributes a lot towards ski performance and design, riding the good slalom ski. All right, now, this is where his win strategy could pay off here. 10.75 meters, or 39.5 off. A potential total score of 66 buoys should he run this pass. And he has done on quite a few occasions. Oh, look at this. All over this pass on number 3. Just needs to keep his shoulders up. Allow the ski. Oh, my word. And he cuts loose into number 5. I'm not too sure why. But for some reason, losing the grip on the handle. We're going to take a look at this via action replay in just a moment. But rather unexpected a fall there for Chad Scott. We're going to pick up the action replay off number 3. Now waiting for the camera to catch up a little bit. Now he was looking good off number 4, letting the ski come through. Now, we actually picked that up from number 2, I beg your pardon, but it's still interesting to see as he continued to roll on through. Now, here he comes off number 4, hooks up, and he left the ski behind. Left the ski behind way too much. Hooked up over the tip, as a matter of fact, and just, boom, he just hit the wake completely with his shoulder and the upper part of his back. He was that far twisted off number 4. And that is a Chad Scott, and that is all she wrote. But a great effort nonetheless. That is a Chad Scott, and it's going to be 3 1/2 at 10.75 meters, or 39.5 off. All right. And I'm sure that our next skier on the dock is sweating bullets right now because he's just seen a score into an incredibly short line length. That is next competitor, Angelo D'Abro. So, Angelo D'Abro of Italia, getting ready to take to the slalom course. Great scenes here at San Jasio. And there we continue to roll. Just spoke here with Chad Scott, and first words that came out of his mouth were, "I had that."
I can record people walking because this. Robert, when you see a cool shot, press recording on the actual camera because they need to make a promo video. Repeat?
I'm saying when you see a cool shot, press the recording button on the camera, so we have it also on the camera. The button is located on the right side.
Only when I see a nice shot or what?
Nice shot, yes. Not nice ass, nice shot.
All right, then. So we're waiting on Angelo D'Abro. But we're just waiting for the camera to be recalibrated. For some reason, the stress of this level of tournament competition here at San Jasio is taking its toll on the camera. And we're just recentering it and recalibrating it so it doesn't move too much off center for the next competitors. It could well play into Angelo's hands here.
It's difficult to shoot nice video at 12 at 13.
No, but mostly for today, mostly like instant walking, like Kiko talking to Machado, instant shot ski, but don't need to record anything.
Yeah, but the thing is that I have to put on the camera from the back. Or we could move the camera, the tripod more like up there in the top.
For so far now, everything's working. We'll check after.
All right, just taking a little bit of a technical timeout. But we will be back with some great skiing to come in the amateur round of the competition. For those of you who are joining us and trying to look for the pros, they come tomorrow at 9 a.m. But as you could see, we're not short on talent here so far as the amateurs are concerned. We just saw Chad Scott almost take 39 and a half off 10.75 meters to the house. No, I don't. All right, then, continuing to roll. Next competitor is Angelo D'Abro. Almost getting a little bit twisted out of shape with his shoulders into actually most of those turns, if we're being honest. We'll take a look at this this opening pass, 14.25 meters. And almost getting pitched out over the tip of a ski, which isn't a particularly auspicious start there for him at this early stage in the game. He's really got to try and keep that ski out ahead of him as much as he can from here on out if he is to have any chance at all of running some of the better passes to come. So actually that first pass was, I believe, 16 meters. And now this is 14.25 meters. Let's take a look at the camera shot from on high. All good hookup on number one, although he got a little bit of slack rope in the process. 14.25 meters. Oh, and he tried to make things a little bit better, but unfortunately it all comes crashing down to an abrupt halt there for Angelo D'Abro of Italia. Gets round that number two turn, and he was basically fighting for his life from here on out. Breezes past number three, couldn't hook up, and unfortunately down he goes. So, continuing to roll here at the San Jasio Pro-Am. Working away towards the end of the over 45 division. Then we'll head on into the Open Ladies amateur competition. Okay, I'll fix it. Okay. Okay, so starting up with the line length of 14.25 meters, it is Andrea Reta. All right, so for those of you that are just rejoining us, we're about to bring out Amelia Thomas, and then we've got Laureline Zunin, then Medina Yaga of both of those skiers from Switzerland. Then we'll go with Lena Patorel and Galia Bamra from Morocco. Okay, whom I believe is a scratch. Then we got Ria Yaga from Switzerland, Elisi Pell from also from Switzerland, Federica Riolo of Italy, and Mara Berger from Switzerland as well. So you kind of get the idea that this women's event could almost be the Swiss nationals, with maybe one or two skiers from Italy and, the token skier from the United States, what have you. So,
Later throughout the day, tell why so many Swiss skiing here, because there's going to be Swiss nationals here in August, middle of August, in Italy, no Bushball.
okay, so I was actually when I was mentioning some stuff about the Swiss nationals, I didn't realize how close to the mark I was in that respect, because a lot of the reason why there are so many Swiss skiers here is because in the middle of August, their national championship is going to be hosted here. Now, the Swiss don't exactly have an abundance of tournament venues to work from. Okay, looks like we're going to take the boat up and down for a pass or two. Maybe. Oh, hello. We got Amelia Thomas, and this is 18.25 meters. All right, so okay. All right, let's see if we can pick up Amelia Thomas. I believe this is 60 meters.
Can you take out the lights? It's a little bit disturbing.
What?
The lights? You put them up?
Okay, so good stuff there. All right, so that is Amelia Thomas, 2 passes under her belt. So Amelia Thomas there, still on 18.25 meters, but just couldn't really get a good handle on that last pass as we continue to roll along here at the San Jasio Pro-Am.
Let's try to do the score for the guys, okay? Like the league and for the guys. We got picture in the boat, we got picture. We probably got no more diamonds, right? So that lasted for... Change traffic this one, tell them 3 hours.
Okay, here comes Laureline Zunin. A great effort out there on the opening pass. I hope that's how you're supposed to pronounce it. Opening pass looked pretty impressive. Just trying to keep everything moving forwards. All right, then. So, not looking bad at all with this particular run. Before we bring her back into the course, for those of you that are watching the webcast, take a quick action replay starting with the entrance gates. Not looking too bad at all, as a matter of fact. Just trying to keep the ski out ahead of her. Not too sure what line length this is, but that line does appear to be pretty long. We'll get confirmation from our officials, but I suspect she'll be coming in on 14.25 meters. Oh, not looking bad at all, as a matter of fact. Getting down with 14.25 meters. Quick look at this again with the action replay at 14.25 meters, suggesting that she had a very, very good handle on this run from start to finish. All right, then. So, coming back in with 30 meters, Laureline Zunin. Oh, and going down hard on buoy number one. Certainly had a good gate shot, and we'll examine that in a pretty good detail here. Wow. Hang on a second. She may not even get one buoy because of the amount of contact she made with the right-hand gate ball here. Take a look at that. No wonder she was off balance into number one. She was loose, off balance, and she was basically fighting for her life. And she dropped the handle, and there she went. So Laureline Zunin of Switzerland. We'll get confirmation from our officials, but all right, next skier up is Medina Yaga from Switzerland. Gotcha. Okay, okay. Yeah. All right then. So Medina Yaga coming in on the 16-meter line. Medina doing a fantastic job at this point. Good effort. Take a look at the action replay here. All right, so Medina Yaga Little on the back of the ski, it has to be said, on this this pass, if that was indeed 16 meters. Now, most boats out there do produce a rooster tail that could quite literally launch you into the air if you're not prepared for it. And Medina Yaga seems to be well and truly on the money here with 16 meters. We'll go straight to our live picture here with 14.25 meters for Medina Yaga. Looking all right. And continuing the flow here on that particular run. That is Medina Yaga. Medina Yaga through 14.25 meters. We'll have an attempt at the 30-meter line to contend with. Little open into buoy number 4, but by about that point, well, actually, that was round number 6, I do beg your pardon, and Medina doing a grand job out there with that pass and coming back in on 30 meters. Here comes Medina once again. Oh, handle a little bit high on a outside there, which isn't always the best way to slalom. Some people can make it work for them, but we'll have a look at this once again. A little bit loose on her ski towards the end of that pass. But just barely making a way around that 6th buoy. All right, so here we go. This is Medina Yaga. 12 meters now. Oh, and tries to hang on to that one. And there was nothing doing with that particular effort. So, taking a look at the action replay at 1/3 speed. Oh, and look at this. Let's see if she'd made it through the entrance gates. Yes. No contact with that right buoy. So whatever she scores from here on in is definitely going to be on the 12-meter line. Handle coming out on the outside hip. She showed signs of that in the earlier passes, and unfortunately on 12 meters, something that you're not readily able to get away with. So there we've just seen Medina Yaga, and now we'll go to Lena Pell. And she'll be coming in at 52K, 18.25 meters. Okay, so Lena Patterell. Just taking a little look on that pass. Go 100% and bring her towards the end at 52K. Now she's going to go at 55K, 18.25 meters. Okay, so Lena Patterell. Rocking away from one side of the course to the next. Trying to keep the ski in front of her. Not always the easiest of tasks to accomplish, but she does well there at 55K. Let's have a look at the action replay. So, Lena Patterell. Good effort there. Let's slow this down a little bit there to buy us a little bit of time on the opposite end of the course before we bring in Lena once again on 16 meters. 80.25 meters. You do have quite a bit of room to work with, but sometimes on 80.25 meters, you sometimes end up with way too much rope, and you're kind of defeating yourself a little bit out there whilst you're coping with the speed and the angle and what have you. And that's where I think at a certain point you've just got to say to yourself 18.25 meters just isn't really worth the time and the effort. Might as well start shortening down on 16 meters. And now in the United States, they've kind of taken that concept a little bit further by using zero-based scoring to where you don't have to go to the maximum speed for a particular line length. You could start shortening at sub-max and get additional buoys counted for each line length shortened at that same speed. Whether that will catch on anywhere else in the world is yet to be known, but we'll see how it works out.
So Tony, you are telling that in the States you can drive, you can do the course with a different speed.
Yes, indeed, you can actually go to a sub-maximum speed, like if you are skiing in like men's 3, where your maximum speed is 55. If you don't want to go to that maximum speed, you can say, hey, I'll shorten at 52 kilometers an hour, and then start shortening from there and keeping that boat speed going, and you get additional buoys for every line length you shorten.
So that would be a great chance for us, as you mean, that we are fighting every day.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, indeed. It's mainly there as an incentive for the juniors. That's what it was designed to do, because you have juniors of so many size ranges that go into maximum speed of 55. For someone who's really small, isn't a viable option.
I see. It can be a very nice chance also here in Europe. Now that this year they started introducing this less high speed, the 52 for the kids. That is going to be a nice possibility, opportunity also for not to be scared about the speed.
Exactly. I mean, you can even use it as a training and progression tool, for future performances, So, I mean, I certainly understand the intention behind zero-based scoring, and hope that it's used that it's used well and in accordance with the true spirit of its intent, not as really a way of kind of cheating the system, as it were.
Yes, that's great. This is the first time in the States that adopting this new rule? Or?
Yeah, it came into effect for this season.
Qualcosa di veramente interessante, la possibilità di introdurre la velocità inferiore anche per gli atleti senior, che poi può essere modificata in corso di gara e quindi ottenere un risultato che ovviamente terrà conto di questa scelta.
Like what he said. Okay, so Ria Yaga from Switzerland. And as I hinted a little bit beforehand, the Swiss are going to have their national championships here in August. As I mentioned, the Swiss don't have exactly an abundance of water ski sites to choose from. They have to go outside of their national borders to actually ski. And I mean that's been the case for the longest time. Whether they've gone to what was that place towards the west, the eastern portion of France that Bourg-en-Bresse. Yeah, they've held national championships there, and many of the Swiss skied there, and they'll have their national championships here in August. So they're pretty much all over the place, but they still produce some great skiers. I mean, my good friend here, Vincent Stabal, is a halfway decent skier. He'll be at the World Under-21 Championships. Benjamin Stabal will be competing here tomorrow in the pro event. So we look forward to some good stuff there from the Swiss.
But you have also the Swiss Academy in Florida, don't you?
Oh yeah, the Swiss water ski resort, of course, outside Clermont, and the home of the Swiss Pro Slalom.
Clint was very famous here in Europe. He skied many times also in Torino, in Marco Merlo ski club some time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then, is it still your father? Is it still producing the pro gear gloves? Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right then, here we go. This is Ria Yaga. All right, looking very sharp, looking very good out there. We'll take a quick action replay and see why she made that pass. A little closer to the right-hand gate ball though, but that's all part of her timing. Ria Yaga.
So Tony, what about the towboat? This Malibu? It seems to be a very very good boat for this sport.
Yes, indeed. I mean, Malibu have always held a highly touted reputation for producing boats that are geared more towards the slalom event than the other two. But in recent years, they've certainly come forward as a true three-event towboat. Their engine options and equipment in the towboat certainly keeps them on the cutting edge of towboat technology. And this towboat, the Malibu Response TXI, is certainly the best boat they've produced, and we look forward to seeing a lot more of this boat in competition. All right, so we've got Elisi Pell right on the water. We've gone away through that pass of 16 meters. And now getting ready, I believe, for 14.25 meters. Keeping the flow going from one side of the course to the next. That is Elisi Pell. Just keeping the ski out ahead of her. Some good knee bend is used to achieve that effect. Certainly like the way that she conducts herself out on the water. So there we go. That is Elisi Pell. Now we're going to take her back into the course. The next line length, I believe, is going to be 13 meters. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I've got this. All right then, folks, here we go. This is Elisi Pell. This is going to be on 13 meters. Let's just stay with this camera view here and get a good... Oh, look at that turn off number one. Handle came up high, but she was patient enough to allow that ski to rotate underneath her body. Oh, a nice number four. She is definitely all over that pass. Good effort there from Elisi. Now, let's take a look at this action replay, and you'll see exactly what I mean. Very close to the gates, but she definitely gets through them. Now, handle comes up a little bit high, but she still achieves excellent angle across the course. And we'll rev this up to 100% speed because it looks... just as scintillating with it in full speed compared to 1/3 or 1/2. And good effort there. That is 13 meters, and we're going to see 12-meter liner coming up. All right, so here we go. This is Elisi Pell. Good efforts coming in. Oh, and over-rotating on the back of the ski there. She had the good ribbon coming into number two, and we're going to take a look at this and see where she came a cropper. We're going to drop the replay. Oh, she went way past that number one. No wonder she felt compelled to overpull into number two, because she was getting really, really twisted into number two. Still had enough room to get outside the buoy, but collapses and down she goes. So that is Elisi Pell, and that will represent her final effort on the slalom course. Not too sure whether that was going to be on 13 or 12 meters. It almost seemed to me that she had a little bit too much line left to be 12. All right, then, continuing to roll nicely along here. It is going to be Frederica Riolo coming in at 16 meters. Frederica Riolo. And looking very, very good out there. Seemed to be on her game with this this opening pass. And Alessandro here, my good friend from Italy.
Thank you, Tony. We are again after 3 years of this Pro-Am San Gervasio.
Yes, indeed. A lot of water has passed underneath the bridge since then. A lot of great skiing has come about.
You're right, and it's always interesting to talk to you about water ski that you are considered here in Italy like the encyclopedia, water ski encyclopedia. So everybody knows you. You know probably everything is happening around the water ski course.
Well, I'm flattered, but there are far more knowledgeable people about the sport than me. I can tell you that.
But you are the one with the microphone in your hand, and you are the voice, definitely, of water ski, don't you?
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Wouldn't want to toot my own horn or anything, but there you go. This is 14.25 meters. This is Frederica Riolo.
Federica Riolo, she's a Sicilian water skier, so she's also very, very good for her. The family is all working on water ski.
Okay, that is actually Marabuga from also from Italy. I didn't kind of.
No, Marabuga, she's from Switzerland.
Yeah, she is from Switzerland. So I do beg your pardon for that misidentification there, but we still appreciate her being out there on the water and giving it her best shot out there.
So you see, these Swiss skiers are actually the number 6 in the row. From the first one, that is Ria, that she did 3-boy at 12, and the rest of the skiers are also from Switzerland. So it's a big community in Switzerland, and they used to come to San Jasio. The fact that it's not that far from Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost at their hometown.
Indeed. All right, then. This is still on 16 meters for Mara Berger. Oh, getting pitched over the ski quite considerably there. Oh, and getting into awful shape and coming into number 4 and really couldn't do too much with that. Three and a half. Take a look at this one more time. Coming into number 4, just getting completely sideways there and just had to cut loose and ski no more beyond that. So that was Mara Berger.
The sixth Swiss skier here now. What do we have the last one?
Yeah, that was the last one, apparently, according to our list in this particular division. Federico Riolo of Italy, the person before her was a scratch. So looks like we'll go on to our next event, which should be the Open Men Amateur Slalom event. And we should have a Diego Font coming up. Oh, no, actually, before all of that, we have got Anna Kovalenko. Anna Kovalenko from the Russian Federation. Yes, indeed. You could definitely say that again. All right, and suspect that Anna will be coming in on either 16 or 14.25 meters. Whichever pass she comes in at, it is going to be at max speed. 14.25 meters it is. Anna Kovalenko from the Russian Federation. Looking very much on her game out there. Don't see too much wrong with that.
So next week you will in Europe we'll have the world and young world.
Yes, the under-21 Worlds, which is going to be taking place over in a city called Dnipro, or Dnipro, not too sure how to pronounce it, but it's definitely a lot better than the former name of that city that people had a real hard time pronouncing. I think I almost mastered it last year, Dnipropetrovsk. But yeah, Dnipro definitely sounds a heck of a lot better.
So you will be there also for...
No, unfortunately not. I will not be in Ukraine for that competition, but I certainly extend my best wishes to those that will be making their way there, including Diego Font, who's going to be our next skier out on the water. Let's take a quick look there. There he is, getting ready for his turn, but let's switch across and see what Anna Kovalenko can do. All right, there we go. Here comes Anna on 13 meters. Looking very strong. Oh, a little bit loose off 4, but managing to stay with the course. And I tell you, good effort there to stay on that pass. That was Anna Kovalenko.
So that's an attempt to reach the position number 1, because you know there are 3 Swiss girls that having with the half boy at 12, a boy and a half at 12, and 3 boys at 12. They are actually at the moment the first 3.
Yes, indeed. And Anna Kovalenko, who recently sustained a knee injury that in some ways was actually misdiagnosed. She actually told me a little bit earlier on in this competition that she went to after she returned to Russia, she actually had the knee examined and said that any future surgery on it could actually wait. And by that time, she'd already left the majority of her ski equipment in Louisiana, where she skis for the Raging Cajun water ski team. Not believing that she would be skiing again at least until September. So she's now having to play catch-up and not being able to practice for a few days and weeks until she got her ski gear sent back to her from that part of the world. Okay, this is 12 meters. And Anna Kovalenko getting in a little bit deep there with that particular run. So 1 1/2 buoys is going to be the score for Anna Kovalenko. We're going to take a little look at this this run via the action replay.
So 1.5 she will be second on this division.
According to this, yes, certainly.
25 years of age for Anna Kovalenko. We heard how she's going to be ready for September again.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, because around about that time, she would go back to her studies in Lafayette, Louisiana, and we're taking a look at this action replay, and the turn looked pretty good, but then the ski went over the line, and that's the last thing you need. And she goes down in the water, having scored 1 1/2 buoys for that particular effort. So there is Anna Kovalenko. And that was at 12 meters. Let's have a look and see who's at dockside. It looks like Diego Font. And he's a skier that will be traveling to the Ukraine immediately after the conclusion of this tournament. But is looking to get a decent slalom set under his belt before heading to Dnipro. Well, for those of you that are tuning in or around the world, thank you very much for doing so. This is Tony Lightfoot, and this is the San Jasio Pro-Am.
Warming up for tomorrow. Tomorrow, big competition.
Oh yes, yeah, that almost goes without saying. You know, I mean, we got some of the best slalom skiers on deck for the competition to come tomorrow.
Everything, the great organization of Tony is all on the tables I see here.
Mm-hmm.
They have cameras all over. We can follow the skiers from the dock, behind the boat, the eyes of the drivers, and everything seems to be very interesting and challenging. You know?
Yes, it is. It can be a little bit challenging at times. Make no mistake about that. But the reward is certainly worth shooting for in terms of trying to push the sport of water skiing to new heights in terms of coverage and exposure.
And that is a hope for everything. You know, remember when water ski seems to be included into the Olympic Games in Greece? That for a very little, they actually scratch out water ski because water ski was in the Olympics in the States I guess something like around in the 80s.
Let me just tell you a little bit about water skiing and its potential entry into the Olympic Games and that kind of thing. I mean, from my personal perspective, and I am expressing my personally held opinion here, but water skiing, in my eyes, really didn't stand a chance of being included into the Olympic program because many of the sports that water skiing was competed against were heavily financed. They had some big slick marketing campaigns, and to be quite honest with you, the IWSF or the IWWF as it's now branded as now, you know, just in my eyes, just doesn't quite have the marketing clout that sports like wrestling, like squash, like sport climbing, like skating, skateboarding, which are now in the Olympic programs. You know, and until the sport realizes that the marketing side has to step up and effectively compete against these guys, then any real attempts to try and make it into the Olympic programs are, in my mind, dead in the water right from the start.
Even if you consider all together the different sports with the boat, like wakeboarding, boat surfing, and all these.
Most of the factors involved with boating have been mitigated over the years. I mean, you've got zero off, and I mean that thing has been a real game changer over the years. I mean, the only real factor that could potentially harm or benefit the skier is basically how that boat is driven down the path. But the fact of the matter is that the boat technology has improved so much over the years that that it's become a heck of a lot easier to keep that boat straight and where it needs to be. Sure, you need an extremely skilled boat driver to be able to get it down the course, and I mean I'm certainly not overlooking that fact, but it has gotten a heck of a lot easier over the years. All right, then. We have got Diego Font on the water right now from Mexico. Let's see if we can track him with the boat cam. Yes, we can. Looking very strong, looking exceptional out there. All right, so looking great out there. That is Diego Font. Of Mexico. That was on 14.25 meters.
And so you see little chance for water ski. So he has to find his own way. this, unless they are start thinking about having like in Winter Olympics, the water Olympics, where all the water sports are put together. Can that be an opportunity also? But too far away from now.
The thing about it is that water skiing has to improve its exposure at this level on a world level to where people can actually associate water skiing with more of what we do here rather than something that you do on a beach in Benidorm, you know?
This is very right. For everybody's here is a faith, so it's easy to understand you.
Yes, indeed. Okay, this is Diego Font right here, round number 4. Good to go for number 5 and should have no problems in running that particular pass. Excellent stuff there. So that is Diego Font. We're going to take another look at the action replay and see what he's got to contend with here on 13 meters. I certainly like his style. I certainly like his cross-course action. A slalom skier with a very, very deep background in trick skiing. And being that as it may, he certainly knows how to use his knees effectively in getting that ski to turn. Some great cross-course angle. And I really don't see much wrong with that. Maybe if he can just keep his chest up and not pull so far forwards with his elbows, that might actually help him down the line. But beyond that, it was an absolutely fantastic pass there from Diego Font. Now let's see if we can track the skier from the shoreline with the camera. There we go. That's perfect. Now a little bit more zoom would help as well. Here we go. This is Diego Font. Now let's have a look at the boat angle. It's now 13 meters. Keeping the flow going. Nicely done, Diego Font. And Chad Scott doing a fine job out there with the open men. And apparently there is a gate review. Okay, hang on a second. Hang on one little second. Just need to take a look at this. Okay, let's have a look at this from Diego Font. We're going to go frame by frame here. There is a gate review. Going to go frame by frame and see where. Oh yes, he made contact with the gate buoy, right hand side. No. Wow. Okay, now the boat's making its way back in on 11.25 meters. So we'll carry on as if nothing really happened. Round number 1, good to go. Round number 2, and came up a little bit short and a little bit narrow. We'll take a look at this once again at 11.25 meters. I'm not too sure whether they're still conducting the gate review, which could make this score a moot point. Okay, 1.5 on 11.25 meters. 1.5, 11.25 meters for Diego Font. Okay, so we got Bailey Christie from Australia about to take to the water now.
So you know these skiers, young skiers, probably they will be next week.
Yeah, I would say a good portion of these skiers here that are competing in the Open Men Amateur competition are just trying to get a tournament set under their belt before they head over to compete on the river in the Ukraine.
And according to you, who is going to take this
Oh, no, oh, you're asking the wrong person for that. Okay.
I want to put you there.
Okay, so 14.25 meter start. Not looking bad at all from one side of the course to the next. So Bailey Christie of Australia.
Seems to be a very young boy.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly competing in the Open Men's Amateur competition and certainly looking very, very strong, very decent out there. Now, I'm not too sure what time it is in Australia, but it's probably extremely early in the morning or at least the early part of the afternoon.
So he's probably training during the Mumba Master. Mumba Master is one of is the first competition of the year, you know, for the pros. Run in early February.
Mm-hmm.
And he's in Melbourne.
Yes, indeed. And those of you watching us from Australia, it's a very, very good evening to you. Almost 9 o'clock in the evening if you're tuned in to us from Sydney in Australia.
And say hello to all our friends, Aussie friends. So.
All right, now let's switch it up a little bit. This is going to be 13 meters. Oh, very nicely done on this this particular run. So, on 13 meters, gets a good handle on that run. Definitely not too much wrong there. A handle up a little high off number 2. But he is able to stabilize himself. He could ski more effectively off a 246 than he can off 135.
Let's see now at 12 meters line. From Australia is going to do.
Yes, indeed. And on deck right now, we've got Nicholas Stegman from South Africa. He'll be taking to the water next. Okay, looks like there is a call for 13 meters on the next pass for Bailey Christie of Australia. Not looking. Oh, and just as I was about to compliment him on his effort on that pass so far, just reaching over a little bit on number 3 and basically killing any chance that he had on running that pass, keeping the handle by his hip, which looked good off number 1. Number 2 didn't look too bad, although he got kind of straightened up a little bit off that turn. But reached forward on number 3 and couldn't get the ski far enough underneath him to continue going. So that is Bailey Christie of Australia. And that is going to be a score of 2 1/2. 2 1/2 on that effort there. On 13 meters. Now, let's see who's coming up next. As I alluded to, it'll be Nicholas Stegman of South Africa.
16 years for him. Best score in 2016 was a 3:11. And so now we see if he's able to take the first place. At 16 years of age.
Oh, that's pretty good. That is pretty good.
Yes, he definitely participated at the under 21. So that the best score probably would be something 10, I guess, over there.
Yeah, around about that score, certainly. All right, then. So, who do we have coming up next? We've got Nicholas Stegman. He's on the starting dock right now. Okay, so. Okay, so he's going to be coming in on 14 meters for the opening pass. Once we get the official technical stuff out the way. And Alessandro, you know what time it is in Johannesburg, South Africa?
Probably something close to here, I guess.
You're exactly right. It's exactly the same time as San Jasio, except it's probably considerably colder there right now.
Maybe you're right. Maybe there still be some skiers there anyway.
Yeah.
Some lovers that are doing this. So our friend Nicholas, anyway, last year did some great competition in South Africa and Australia only. So it's probably his first time here in Europe.
Yeah, first time above the equator.
Above the equator, yes.
Which to you and me sounds like a really, really strange concept. You know, I mean, because I mean, I'm relatively well traveled. I mean, I've gone through most countries in Europe and I've been through most states in the United States. But I don't know. It just seems a whole foreign concept to me of being that relatively isolated from the rest of what we call the old world.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, I see. They take every chance life can give them to travel in this direction. They take young kids. They take a year off to go around the world to see the countries, and the people do sports can enjoy even more this.
Yes, indeed. I can't fault you for that. All right, there. Here comes Nicholas Stegman of South Africa. Seems to have a pretty good handle on this run. And there you go. That is Nicholas Stegman. We'll take a look at the action replay. And that is a confirmed 6-buoy count on 14.25 meters. We'll change that graphic in the moment, but whilst we're looking at the action replay, it stays right up there in the top left-hand corner, giving you the exact line length in metric and feet off, and the total amount of buoys that one would get upon the successful completion of that run. So. Mm-hmm. All right, then. Here we go. We are on 13 meters on the starting dock right now, looking out. We've got Paul O'Hara, I believe, from the United States. But here comes Nicholas Stegman from completely the opposite side of the world, South Africa. Oh, nicely done. I like the look of that pass. Yeah, he's certainly stable, but he's skiing, almost skiing very, very stiff there off his 2-4 side, but he is left foot forward, which is to be kind of expected because you're coming off your neutral side turn and you're not exactly in the best shape to rotate. So the best thing to do is to put a little bit of knee bend, allow the ski to come up underneath and just try and hold some direction across course. He's run 13 meters and now that line gets shortened down to 12 meters with a potential buoy count of 54 pending should he run this next pass. All right, then. We got Chad Scott behind the wheel, who comes to us from Covington in Louisiana in the United States, one of the world's most renowned boat drivers. And let's see how his skills come into play here. This is Nicholas Stegman. Oh, looking strong out there. This is 12 meters. It's not the easiest of passes to clear. Oh, and just as I said that, he goes down around buoy number 5. So we're going to take a look at this once again on the instant replay. Decent gate shot. And looked pretty good for the majority of the pass. But unfortunately, when it came down to it, the 5-ball monster gets him. It's just one of those psychological traps that a lot of skiers get pulled into. It was a little bit narrow on number 5, which didn't exactly help matters. But then he got stiff and just couldn't really continue on with that particular run. So that was Nicholas Stegman as our boat driver, Chad Scott, makes its way back to the dock. Yes, yeah, he's one of the drivers that helps to develop the boats and technology that the Malibu use.
Malibu that has a brand new hull.
Yes, indeed, the new Malibu Response TXI, and they have an upgraded version of that towboat as well called the Malibu Open Edition, which is equipped with a 6.2-liter engine, and and when you have that kind of powerful engine, it certainly changes the whole entire game, especially for free events, especially for jumping as well, where the skiers are very, very insistent upon having something over 6 liters in capacity.
So this one is 6 liters, and they have also a stronger one, 6.2.
Yes, I believe that those are the two options. Okay, next competitor to take to the water is going to be from the United States of America. It's going to be Paul O'Hara.
So do you know this guy?
Yes, I do. From the collegiate water skiing ranks, certainly.
His best score is what, something at 11 as well?
Something like that, yeah. Looking all right. Nicely done. No complaints there, Paul O'Hara. Now, Paul O'Hara probably doesn't stand as tall as some of our competitors in this event, but he more than makes up for that in power and precision off the turns. He's able to turn that ski, has a lot more control into his turns by being that short, but the only thing is it's kind of restrictive whenever you get to shorter line lengths, not having that extended body length, so to speak.
Don't tell me. So how did you find San Gervasio this year, Donny?
I found it very well, in fact. You just go from the airport on the Autostrada, just go to Brescia and then go south.
So it means it's easy task to get here at the end.
Yeah, relatively speaking, yes. It's I've certainly been to more difficult places to find.
I heard that all the pros today are in Venice. They took a day off and they went to Venice.
You don't get an awful lot. You don't really get too many opportunities in life to see a truly classic city in every sense of the word, and Venice certainly falls under that category. Is this 12 meters there for Paul O'Hara? And a great effort there. All 6 buoys on that run for Paul. This is 12 meters.
Started at 13 and now ended up bring home the 12 meters line.
So now he's now on 11.25 meters.
And he has to reach at least 1.5 to get the first place.
Yeah, he has to score more than 1.5. So who has the lead so far? I believe it's Diego Font.
Exactly.
With...
It is 1.5 at 11.55.
Okay, so... All right, let's see who's on deck right now. We've got Jack Christie from Australia about to take to the water. Rather in the water right now is Paul O'Hara, 11.25 meters. Good effort to get round number 2. Look at this. Look at him work across the course, trying to get round number 6. Look at that. Good effort. Who would have thought? Yes, indeed. And I knew that Paul O'Hara was a halfway decent slalom skier, but I didn't know that he was this good. Being able to run through 11.25 meters and not only performing the pass, but making it look very, very exceptional indeed. He got to buoy's width. He got the ski hard around. That was the 12 meters? Wow, I thought someone... Now it's going to be 11.25 meters. My mistake. All right then. So that is 12 meters. That can be easily corrected with the click of a button. But yeah, I mean, even on 12 meters right there, he still looked very, very tidy indeed. You know, and it's not the easiest to pass; it's to clear. But now we are on 11.25 meters. And my apologies to any of those people out there who were watching that pass thinking it was 11.25 meters. Now, here we go. This is 11.25 meters for real. Round number 1, breaking forward. Round number 2, still continuing to ski. Gets around number 3. Whoa, look at that. Wow, that is going to be a judge's call because I know that he got to the wake in a skiing position. Now, how do the judges figure this one out? 3 at 11.25 meters confirmed. Yeah, he's definitely taken the lead at this point. But let's take a look at this. Let's see how skillfully he managed to S-turn after number 3. He got round that number 3, got to the wakes, and made sure that that ski got on that side of the boat guides. And then from there on in, he said just, ugh. Okay, I might as well just chuck the handle here as long as I got to the wakes. He did kind of crash in a ball of spray. Yes, John Horton, you get that one for 3. And I tell you, that looked pretty good up to that point, halfway down the pass for Paul O'Hara.
He did something like a very experienced skier.
Yes, indeed. And I tell you,
How old is our friend Paul O'Hara?
I'm not too sure, to be honest, but we'll get that in the fullness of time. This is Jack Christie. We'll take a look at the line length to get a genuine indication of where he's at. The A is 14.25 meters. I can confirm that because the... Okay, so that is 14.25 meters for Jack Christie of Australia.
Long way from home. Let's come here.
Yes, indeed. I think Australia, to be honest, is a long way from anywhere. You know, I mean, it's...
You're very right.
They don't call it the land down under for nothing. But I tell you, I mean, that's one of the places that is truly one of my ambitions in life that I've yet to realize, to actually go to Australia and see that country, you know, and its culture and the rather strange animals that they have down there.
No, you're very right. You can even choose from crocodile to kangaroos or camels. So there's a wide range of animals you can find there.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so we've got 30 meters, and we've got Jack Christie coming into the course right here and now. Let's have a look on dockside. We've got Nicholas Bonatti about to take to the water. But on the water now, on 30 meters, is Jack Christie. Time right now in Sydney is about 9:05 in the evening. And I'm sure that he has some fans down that way and looking to see if Jack Christie can make it through that pass. Decent effort as we have a look at the action replay. A 6 buoy count is confirmed on 13 meters.
Hi, Tony.
Yeah.
We met each other last year.
Yeah. All right, so Jack Christie, 30 meters should not be a problem. All right there, and Chad Scott there behind the wheel. Getting that line tight for 12 meters. On the starting dock, just a few feet away, is Nicholas Bonatti from Italia. Okay, so here he comes into the slalom course. Not looking bad. Looking very good, as a matter of fact, on 12 meters. Slicing and dicing that pass.
Now he's trying definitely to take the lead. 3 boy at 11.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if he's able to do it. Only 2 skiers, they were able to ski at 11. Mr. Diego Font from Mexico and Paul O'Hara from US.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Paul O'Hara's doing really well. I mean, he got halfway through 11.25 meters, a score which represents the lead right now.
Exactly. What you said, where is he from?
From the best of my recollection, I think he went to the University of Alabama once upon a long ago.
Okay.
Yes, he did. And I'm sure that he has some fans across the way that were watching him, and maybe not watching him live, so to speak, but maybe they'll get a chance to see him on the archive footage of this webcast. Now, this is 11.25 meters. Okay, here comes Jack Christie. Round number 1, look at him go. Oh, and he tried to get the start on number 1 and just couldn't get it running there for him. We're going to take a look at this frame by frame because it is worth checking out. Got the gate shot into number 1 and looked like to me, coming off that second wake into number 1, he was rather open into the turn and just didn't allow that ski to cast out enough into number 1, which meant that he was always going to be narrow. And not only that, he got broken over at the waist and just couldn't really get to guns and get the ski angulated away effectively to be able to run that pass. So that was Jack Christie. That was 11.25 meters, and that represents the end of his effort. All right. Did we mention that Nicholas Bonatti is next?
Yeah, exactly. The skier Nicolas Benatti is actually training on this club, so he's at home.
Yeah, no wonder I've seen him around. He always seems to be hanging around this area. I wasn't too sure why until you just mentioned it.
No, he's from here. He just changed his ski. So today, that's a month ago, he turned into a D3 arc, yellow one, and he's found himself very fine on that ski. So he did his best 2 weeks ago. Also here, 1 boy at 10.
Okay, we'll take a look at the line length that he's coming in on. This is 14.25 meters. Don't see any reason why he should start any earlier, or indeed considering where the wind is any later in terms of line length shortenings, but we'll take a look at this. Nicholas Bonatti, more known for his tricking.
Exactly. You mean with the skis?
Yeah.
Yeah, he changed his ski months ago, and he found himself very, very fine on that skis.
Mm-hmm.
So in this club, quite a bit of people, skiers, are using the D3 arc.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain clubs that that will swear by a particular brand of ski, and there's quite a bit of difference between them. Between a Syndicate and Radar and D3 and maybe to a lesser extent Reflex and and some of the other ski brands, Conley. But yeah, ski technology now is vastly improved over the last few years, and certainly with greater use of carbon fibers and composites, it's certainly taken it into the realms of the space age. Here we go. This is Nicholas Bonatti.
13 meters.
It is 30 meters, yes. Oh, nicely done round that number 2. That's good ankle and knee bend. A little open to the boat off number 4 into number 5, but that's part of his compressed style of slalom skiing.
No problem for him for this pass?
No, not a problem at all. I don't see too much wrong. A little bit down course off number 1 to where he had to. Okay, I didn't hear that call, but this is our first up top of the day. That was 12 meters. So he invoked the opt-up option, so to speak. He skipped 30 meters and went straight to 12. Now, what was his mentality behind it? Okay, let's see where his win strategy is now. Having run 12 meters in that direction, he's going to have 11 coming into the wind, 10.75 with the wind. So you've got 12 meters with that pass. He's just run 11.25 meters into the wind, 10.75 with the wind. So I think, really seriously considering where Nicholas Bonatti is so far as his skill level, he's looking to run this pass as being the must-run, the critical passer for him. Here we go. This is Nicholas Bonatti. Entrance gates. This is buoy number 1. Oh, look at that angle. Oh, look at that. That ski is on a rail. Round number 4. Oh, open to the boat off number 5. Looking to go. Can he make it round number 6? Oh, yeah. Look at him go.
He did it.
Yes. Yeah. I'll tell you what. You need to take a look at the first 3 buoys here, because this is some of the best skiing that I've seen from Nicholas. But look at that. Look at that angle off number 1. He's still able to hold his water speed off number 1, and he's still able to get some good angle off number 2. Now, bear in mind, he's right foot forward, which means that his best side turns are going to come on the left side of the course, 2, 4, and 6. He's still able to get even-sided turns. Kind of ran out a little bit of steam off number 4 and got open for number 5. But he still had enough in hand to get round number 6. He barreled in with all the speed that he could muster to get around that buoy. But I tell you what, good effort there from Nicholas Bonatti. All right. Woo.
So now he's heading for his 3 buoys at 10.75. That he did the last competition here. That means 2 weeks ago. But now he has a tailwind, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Okay, so 10.75 meters. He currently has the lead by way of that full pass on 11.25. Here he comes. Round number 1. And that is all she wrote. But good effort there for Nicholas Bonatti. That's right. Yes, he is leading the competition. Gets round that number 1. gotten broken over, and I mean, to get the perfect pass on 10.75 meters, everything has to be right. So that was Nicholas Benatti.
Because Benatti just finished, and now we have Alberto Gey, another skier from this club. He's actually young guy. He's 20 years of age for him, and his best score in 2017 is 5 boys at 12.
Yep, that's right. That is Alberto Gey. He's on the dock right now, or rather in the water as we speak. We're about to get in the water.
He's also waiting for his new V3 arc that is not, is yet to come because he's still on the old ski.
Okay. So he's got a new ski waiting for him. But let's see if he can do the best on this particular ski. I believe it's going to be a 14.25 meter start. Oh, it is 16. Yeah, that is 16 meters. Too much rope there to be 14. Trying to be nice and smooth with this opening pass. That is Alberto Gey. So, Alberto Gey making it nice and easy. Easy Gey.
Make it nice and easy.
Jogging with the names of the skiers, friends.
Oh, you got to have a little bit of fun. All right, Alberto Gey there with the opening pass of 16 meters.
So here in Italy we say that water ski is actually a family sport. What do you think about this?
Who said that?
Many friends of us they say that water ski that you do with a family, maybe is a certain level, up to a certain level it can be true.
They obviously haven't been in a boat when someone's trying to run 11.25 meters.
But the fact that they're coming here, organizing the day with the family, staying in a golf club, in a ski club, and is what do you think?
If there's
so easy, so nice.
if there's one game that can be regarded as feminine, it will be golf. All right, here we go. This is Alberto Gey. Oh, and
This was 13.
okay, so he decided to go on the opt-up then. Went on 13 meters for the second pass. I don't know why he would have gone that option. Could have easily have gone in on 14.25 meters. He's certainly that a skier of that level. Okay, and because he came up short on that opt-up pass, that buoy count is going to be relegated to the pass below, which is 14.25 meters. So instead of 3.5 on 13, it ends up being at 3.5 on 14.25 meters.
So just to clear my point before, I didn't say family, I did family.
Family.
Family sport.
Okay. All right, then that kind of got lost in translation a little bit, but yeah, a family sport. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I mean the Pigazzis, for crying out loud. I mean they got you've got Robert out there, you've got his 3 younger siblings skiing, and his dad's driving, for crying out loud.
That's moving around. How many of them? 6, 7 people together around Europe for more than a month.
You need a bus. Okay, here we go. This is Vincent Stabal, my compadre here with the webcast on 14.25 meters. He himself is training for the World Under-21 Championships in the Ukraine. And that is going to be 14.25 meters.
Yeah, best score for him in 2017 was a 5.5 at 12 in Lake Palace.
Okay.
A week ago.
All right. He can run that pass. I mean, I've seen him do it. He just needs to get it into his head that he can. he's going to be at the extreme edge of the eligibility for the World Under 21 Championships.
And he's living now in Florida.
Yes, he is. He lives in Claremont, Florida, and he recently graduated from the Full Sail University, which is a university that tends to specialize in new creative arts in terms of Photoshop, Premiere, and all that kind of stuff. You know, webcasting and film and all that kind of stuff.
Since this morning, early this morning.
Yeah, that would, yeah, indeed. Okay, this is Vincent Stabal. Now, his father is a rather famous water skier, Clint Stabal, who represented the nation of Belgium with distinction in World Water Ski Championships for many, many years. And that was Vincent Stabal on 13 meters. Skiing a little bit. I don't know what you would call that, but he definitely has a rather unusual way of balancing into his 246 side, really staying open over his ski. But you know, whatever works. You know, I mean, there are so many different styles, so many ways that you can excel in this sport. I mean, you got Nate Smith, who doesn't seem to move on his slalom ski. He's so light. You know, you've got Will Asher, who's got like crazy tight turns on both sides of the course. You've got Jeff Rogers on the other end of the spectrum, who will like cut and slice and dice it, you know, like a sharp knife over tomatoes. You know, it's just there are just so many different ways that you could excel in this sport. But now this is going to be 12 meters, and this is going to be Vincent Stabal. All right. Oh, he's all over the front of the ski, and that's exactly what I was referring to a little bit earlier. Let's have a look and see with this action replay, and we'll go frame by frame. And Matteo, you can have a look at this one as well. It is going to be 3.5 on 12 meters. Let's have a look at this. Gets round number 3. Oh, he took a jolt there. It sent his neck about 15 feet back from that hit. And then from there, he was, I don't know what you would call that stance coming into number 4. But he gets round it, gets a little tip heavy, and had to jettison the handle. And that is going to be 3 1/2 buoys there on 12 meters. That is Vincent Stabal, and that represents the end of his effort.
He looked like a little bit of Batman.
Just a little.
Next skier is Alexis Kiss, 15 years of age.
All right there. Here comes Alexis.
Alexis Kiss, 15 years of age for him. Very, very young skier.
All right, then, a skier that comes to us out of the Principality of Monaco. On 60 meters, that is Alex Kisioglu. Right, coming back 14.25 meters. Alex Kisioglu. Oh, getting broken over into that number 3 and indeed number 4, but getting his hips forward just at the right time and continuing to roll through that pass. So excellent effort there. Alex Kisioglu of Monaco.
His best score is half of 12, so it's the 14.25 supposed to be not too difficult.
Yeah, relatively speaking, 14.25 meters. With that kind of personal best at 11.25 meters, you know, like 14.25 should be, you know, just, you know,
A warm-up.
a warm-up. Facile, you know.
That's easy, yes.
Yeah,
Facile.
yeah, exactly. Something like that. All right, so that is 16, 14, and now 13 meters.
There we are. So we have Paul Sawyer here. Do you know this is from the same country as you? So do you know something about him to tell?
He's a very nice guy to be around with. Very sweet boy, grown very well, skiing fantastically good.
All right, then. Here we... Oh, and just as you say that...
Mr. Sawyer, your word affected his skiing. Where is skiing actually?
In Roquebrune-sur-Argent.
As most Monegasque skiers ski at and Roquebrune.
How far? How long does it take to get there from
It's about 1 hour, 10 minutes.
So here's Alex. Whoa, look at...
This is a rodeo.
Yeah, a little bit of rodeo action here. Gripped onto the handle, and I honestly don't know what happened there. I mean, look at it. I mean, it got the ski round. I know what happened. He got a little bit of slack, and he got underneath the ski and went boom, just like that.
Jump from the water.
All right, then. So, towboat making its way back to the dock. We'll see if there's any activity there. Apparently there is. Not too sure who's going to be skiing, though.
He's another guy from Monte Carlo, another skier. He seems to be very young actually. He's Alexandre Marsan.
Here in the water, Alex Maxon, 58 B2. 58 B2.
16 years of age also for him. How many skiers are from Monte Carlo, Mr. Sawyer? Do you know? You're not skiing sometime with them. Is there not a club dinner at the end of the year?
There are plenty of them.
There seems to be plenty. Actually, Roquebrune is now taken over by the Monte Carlo Federation.
Monegasque Federation.
Monegasque Federation.
It's a very nice place.
And they had the World Championship in 95. In 95.
All right, then. So, here we go. This is Alexander Massan.
60 meters for him.
Okay, looks like it's going to be 18 meters. Shouldn't be too hard for our camera in the boat to follow. We'll have a look at this again via action replay.
Sì, allora sì. 18, 16, 14, sì, perché sono, in teoria dovrebbe essere in feet. There are difference between meters and feet, they give us some centimeters of difference. I'm noticing the difference between the feet, the length of the rope. That in meters we have always had this 0.25 that is following the number of meters.
All right then, so we've got Alexander Marsan, is that correct? From Monaco.
16 years for him, and now he's facing 16 meters.
60 meters it is. Okay, so shortening down. All right, let's have a look and see what he's got for us. $60 meters. Oh, a little bit open coming into number 6, but makes the pass nonetheless. Yeah, I believe that was all 6 buoys there. Unless getting an indication to the contrary from our officials.
So now this division is over.
Well, it will be in a few moments after we get done with Alex Marsan. And then we'll go to round 2 of the amateur event.
After a good Italian lunch.
I don't think we're going to have time for lunch because on the dock right now we've got our first skier out in round 2. I know that because I just saw Mario Pigazzi there. Francesco Pigazzi will be our next competitor. $14.25. Oh, and just not getting the hook up that he needed to complete that run.
But it's still a good score for him because this year the best score was 3 at 14.20.
Okay, so he's pretty close to his personal best. We just got a little bit off balance round number 2 and just didn't want to handle that much slack. So it is going to be 1 1/2, 1 1/2 there.
Cut off and go for lunch. I try my again to ski then. You need something? Some more.
All right, then. That brings to a conclusion the first round of the competition. We'll stay with this webcast here.
You want sparkling or plain?
Plain.
Sparkling.
All right then, folks, and that brings to a conclusion the first round. For those of you that are watching the webcast, thank you very much indeed for your kind support and feedback. And what we're going to do right now is we are going to terminate this webcast and go to the player that says the amateurs for round 2. So, be that as it may. We will we'll continue on with round 2 in just a few moments. We're just sorting out some officials and what have you. But for those of you that have been watching this webcast for the last 4.5 hours, good on you guys and girls out there for supporting this event, the San Jasio Pro-Am. But this is the termination of round 1 with the webcast. We will go on to round 2 in a few minutes, so stay tuned. The 2017 San Jasio Pro-Am Slalom competition will continue with round number 2 in just a few moments. Stick around, please.